Yo, what is going on, everyone? What's up, Jack? How's it going? What happened to my theme? I selected the wrong theme. Hold on. I didn't mean to select the Visual Studio Code theme. Yo, what's up, Aaron Baker? How's it going? What's up, Cronus? How are you? Right now, I'm just doing some refactoring right now. Nothing too crazy. Just fixing up our UI. Okay. That should be fine for now. I think I want to actually... I don't like how the spacing here is just so far off like that. I think I'll move this... I might actually change this a little bit. But it's fine. It's not a big deal right now. Alright, so yesterday we stopped at... The last thing that we did yesterday was we were working on our NestJS backend and we were setting up the gateway. And the last thing that I showed everyone was whenever we created a message. So basically, let me open up Postman right now. Okay, so I'm going to go over to here and I'll create a new message. And you'll see that when a new message is created, it's going to go ahead and emit an event. So let me open this up. Wait, give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. So basically inside this message service, right over here. No, wait, where is it? Oh wait, whoops, inside the controller, sorry. So inside the controller, you can see what we're doing is we have this event emitter, and we're basically just emitting an event called message.create, and we're passing the message as a payload. And whenever you emit event, anywhere in your application, all you need to do is just literally use the onEvent decorator and pass in the event that you want to receive, and then just implement the method. So over here we have handle message create event, payload any, and then this is where it is logging inside message.create as well as the payload. Now, right now, let's do this again. So now you can see that we have the message, we have the content, author, conversation, ID, and all this stuff. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and send this data to the front end. We want to send it to the front end. So basically, we need to fire the onMessage event, which we are doing already. So the front end is going to need to receive the onMessage event. Okay, so with the thing that we did not do was we did not download Socket.io client for React, and we did not connect to the gateway. So that's what we'll have to do in this video. So I'll go ahead and download that package right now. Akshay, how are you? Welcome to our stream. So I'm going to go ahead and install Socket.io client right now. Vi, V-Y. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Vi or V-Y? First or second? Welcome to the stream. How are you? So I'm going to go ahead and install Socket.io right now. VY. Alright, awesome. I'll remember that. So I just installed Socket.io. Oh, Vi, okay. Alright, so I just installed Socket.io, and I'm going to show you how we can connect to Socket.io. I'm sorry, not Socket.io. I'm going to show you how we can use Socket.io on the front end to connect to our back end. So I'll create a socket context. And let's import IO from socket.io.client, socket.io-client. And what we'll do is we'll create a variable called socket, and we'll just pass in the URL to our WebSocket server, which I'll just pass in process.env react_app_WebSocket URL. And of course, we're going to have to define this React environment variable. So I'll go inside .env.development, paste that there, and then it's just going to be the same port, okay? Localhost port 3001. And I'm just gonna do exclamation mark. There we go. And I'll go ahead and create a variable called socket context equals, and create socket. Whoops. Wait, what am I doing? Not create socket. I didn't even know that was a thing. It's supposed to be create context. And I'll pass in socket as a default value. Okay. And now we can go ahead and go into app.tsx. We can go ahead and wrap everything in between the socket context dot provider. For the value, we'll just pass in the imported socket variable. So we're going to have to import that. Yeah, right here. So we're going to import socket, and we're going to pass that as the value for socket context provider. So now anywhere in our application, we can just call the use context hook, pass in the socket context, and then we can just grab the socket instance anywhere in our application, which is good. So now I will go into, let's try conversation channel page, because this is the page that is going to manage all of the messages. So what we'll do is this. So inside the use effect hook, we'll do this separately. So we'll actually do this down here, because it's not good to have everything done in one hook. So we'll create another use effect hook, because that's effectively the best practice. Pass an empty dependency array. And I'll go ahead and get the socket. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Const socket equals use context. Pass in socket context, like that. And then I'm going to take the socket, and I'm going to go ahead and listen to the connect event. And let's see what happens. Connected. Now let's do one more thing. Let's return a cleanup function. And what we'll do is we'll call socket.off, and we'll remove the events that we're listening to. So this will effectively make it so that we are not re-registering the same event multiple times, because that will happen if you don't call socket.off inside of the cleanup function. Vedriside. Hopefully I did not mispronounce that. But welcome to the stream. How are you? So now watch this. I'm going to go ahead and open up the console. And let me get rid of all of these logs real quick. Let me refresh. Okay, so now you're going to go ahead and see that, let's see. Use effect. Is it connecting? Oh wait, you know what it is? We're probably getting a network issue, are we? Because it's not connecting to the right. It's not connecting to the correct. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart the app, because we are not connecting to the actual URL. But that's fine. Let's restart the app. Buggle TV, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Open up the terminal. All right, so we'll restart React, so that way the environment variables will load up. Okay. So now let's go over here. Let's click on the page and let's see what's going on. Is it connecting to the socket? Interesting. Looking good. Are you gonna make this a legit chatting service? I mean, I don't know. I just want to make this project for fun and show the people how I would go about building this. But it's been a collaborative project because we've all been contributing some way. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe I will make this a legit chatting service. Who knows? I'm listening. Am I listening to the wrong event? And maybe I might be listening to the wrong event. Who knows? I will reference some old code. Let's see. Socket on connect. What keyboard am I using? I am using the Discord keyboard. The Discord keyboard. I'm not sure why it's not emitting. I mean, do I have to manually emit the event? Is that what it is? Well, we can see over here, if we look at the logs, we can actually see that. Let me show you this. I think we might need to manually emit the event because we are overriding. I'll show you. Yeah, I think we might need to manually emit the event. Yeah, so let's do this. Watch this. Let's get the, it should be a socket. Socket. So this should be of type socket, so. Yeah, it should be socket. So I should be able to do client.emit and then connect, and now we should be able to receive the event. Let's test this out. Huh, interesting. Oh, wait. I'm not sure why it's not giving us the event name, to be honest. Like, I don't know why it's not there has to be a method. Stream's nice. What's up, Blursphere? What's up, Hopes? How are you, Hopes? Is there a like acknowledge method since I can't emit an event? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hold on, wait. I mean, what I could just emit a random event name. Will this work? Okay. So let's go to our UI. And let's do this instead. Let's go over to React. Yo, what's up, Ibrahim? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't know why it's not receiving the events. Let's see. Is this user effect hook not even running? On connected. Console.log connected. Socket off connected. I gotta figure this out. Or is our backend, is our backend just not going to do anything? I'm really confused. Watch this. It's gonna say new incoming connection. So it's able to connect successfully, as you can see over here. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. I guess this is not good. I don't know what's going on. I mean, let me just remove this. Like, we should be able to do it this way, which is why it's really confusing to me. Socket.id. Like, we can see the ID over there, and if I go over to socket request, you can see that we have a new incoming connection. So why would let's see. Try this. Maybe we might be overriding the behavior. Oh wait, you know. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, we are receiving the event. You can see over here. Wait. Okay, so you can see that we are receiving the event. Yeah, I don't really do Python much anymore. Okay, so you can see that we are getting the event connected. Okay, so let's make sure we can get it on the front end. Okay, there we go. So now it works on the front end, I guess. So now we can receive this connected event. Good. Okay, so client.emit connected. Good. And we are logging connected. All right, so this works. That's good. So let's refresh the page. But now it's not working, which is really strange. I have a feeling it's because of this use effect hook. I have a feeling. I'm gonna try commenting this out. Okay, so that doesn't really change anything. What is really weird is, like, I don't know why we're not receiving it. Because it should be polling the socket every single time. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, it works, but it's a little bit weird. The behavior is a little bit weird, but it's fine. Alright, that's okay. Let's listen to the on message event. And let's look at what is happening on the front end. So watch this. Let's refresh. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and create a message right now. So let's create one. And now you're going to see it says message received. Okay, and if I console log message, we're going to get the actual message received. So let's click post. You're going to see that we get message content, author conversation. Okay, good. So we're getting all of the data that we need, which is good. So now how do we actually manage the messages on the front end? Well, here's what we need to do, right? What we need to do is we need to go ahead and for now, because we're not using Redux yet, we're going to just update the array. Yo, what's up, good boy Neon? How are you? But once we use Redux, we're going to need to map each ID to an array. And each ID is basically just going to be the conversation ID. And that is how we're going to save all the messages on the UI. Okay? So what we'll do is this. So instead of sending the whole thing, I think what I'll do is... I mean, yeah, I guess we could send the whole thing, but... Yeah, let me do this. I'm going to type annotate everything right now. Let's go over to utils, types, message. So we'll get the ID of the message, created at conversation is going to have a conversation type. So that'll be created at creator ID. Is this just a practice project or a dedicated startup? Could be both. Well, I mean, right now it's just a project, but who knows? Maybe it could be more than just that. So we'll need the author. And content. Okay, and let's see, the differences between message type and conversation is that Message type does not have conversation, and that's fine. So what I'll do is this. We'll type annotate message as this. And then what we'll do is we'll get the conversation. And then I'm going to call this payload instead. Okay, so we'll get the message. So we know that this is a message type. So watch this. Okay, and then we can just, all we have to do is this, watch. We're really close. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and update the array and make sure that it adds the element at the beginning of the array. Messages. So I think, I'm not sure if this is going to, I don't know if order matters, but I think if I just do this, that should fix it. Armful, what's up? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Is message type incompatible? I am doing good, thank you. Oh, it's because I created it as a string. It's fine. There we go, now that'll work. Alright, let's go ahead and try this out. Alright, so let's send a message. So I'm going to go on Postman. So let's this here. So watch this. See how the messages are being sent on the front end now, or they're not being sent, they're being received on the front end, and they're being the UI is updating. Is it just a fun project? Well, it's just a fun project, but who knows, maybe it could turn into something bigger, you know? You never know. You can see that the messages are being sent, which is good. Okay, there we go. Now, how does this work with other messages? Well, right now we are on conversation ID number 15, and the recipient and the two participants, 7 and 10. I think right now we are logged in as number 7. So let's log in as ID number 10 or user number 10. So let's log in and let's create a message and let's look at what happens. So you can see that the other message from the other user has popped up. But obviously, let me do this. There we go. What's going on with our UI? I'm not able to scroll. I'm not able to scroll for some reason. That's weird. I don't know what's going on. The scrolling was working the other day. Damn, now I have to fix this again. Or, you know what it is? It's because, yeah, I know what the problem is. It's because of this thing up there. Curse of live demoing. I mean, it's fine. I don't really care. Yeah, so the problem here is that this whole container goes all the way up top there. So we have to set a fixed height on this. So if I remember correctly, if I remove this header, you can see that. Yep, it's right up there. So we have to manage the body. So do I have a fixed width on the header? I think I do. React, NestJS, and MySQL. And I need to move this whole thing down, so I think what we'll do is for message panel body, we'll set margin top to 100 pixels. But I don't want this to be included, so I'm not sure why header is being included though. I might actually need to redo everything because this is so bad. I mean, I am using an ORM. I'm using type ORM. I kind of want to redesign this whole layout because it feels really glitchy in my opinion. Like something little would fuck it up. Let me see. What's up, Shabam? How are you? Let me see. I'm trying to figure out this CSS issue. Sometimes I really don't like CSS. Actually, the main thing that I really don't like is, I really don't like working with fixed elements. I think those are the worst in my opinion. This is not anything to do with Tailwind. Let me see. Fixed. I might have to just redesign this whole thing. There has to be a way where I can set the header over here, and then inside I can have the container. The way that I'm doing this right now is definitely not working, because right now this is the whole panel, so I think we might need to play around with the message panel style. Yeah, so this is a problem. We also need to make sure that I think it's fine that it's like this. We just need to change the height of this. We just need to change the height of this box over here. So right over here, this whole box, we need to change the height. I wonder if there's a way we can fix it from the bottom. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Let me see. Well, if the flex direction is column flex. Yeah, no, that's not what it is. Justify content. Yeah, well, justify content. Let me see. Yeah, this header's causing us a lot of issues. Let me see something on Google. Yo, what's up, Gabor? How are you? Okay, I'm gonna uninstall this extension. This extension is really messing me up. It's actually, I probably have to restart the IDE. Yeah, I have to reload it, which is annoying. This extension keeps messing me up. It's so annoying. Like, it keeps moving the cursor in the middle, which is not what I want. I'm using the Discord keyboard. Yo, what's up, Droid? How are you? I'm doing good, thanks. Yeah, this is giving me issues. I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Freaking hate CSS issues so much. Just when you thought that you get slightly good with CSS, you run into bigger problems like this. It's so freaking annoying, man. I mean, I could just fucking do a padding top, but I don't really... I'm not a fan of that, you know? It feels cheap. Index stacking is not the issue. The issue is that this header is on top of the message, and we don't want the message to be underneath the header. We want the last message in the array to be displayed on the top over here, so we want to make it scrollable. But because, I mean, it is scrollable, but the header over here is blocking this message over here. So, like, let's see if I can open up Paint. Like, essentially what we want is something like this. We want the header that's fixed, and then we want the body that can be scrolled. So this thing stays fixed the entire time, and then this is scrollable the entire time as well, right? Now, we have that feature working, but the problem is that this fixed content is, it's on top of our message body over here, our container, right? Which means that the content is going to, the message content will be underneath the header. So I don't want to use padding though, because what happens is if I use padding, it doesn't change the fact that the whole content is all up over here. I mean, I'm trying to think. See, if I use padding, the height, like the whole body is still going to be this whole thing, which is going to give us issues with scrolling. So we don't want to do it. We actually don't want to do it this way. So something like this would work, but then now you see that this kind of like breaks this whole thing because we have this. See, now this doesn't even want to work properly too. It's so annoying. Okay, maybe this works. You know, maybe this works, but now we have to make sure that the sidebar scrolls as well. So we have to make sure the sidebar scrolls, and we need to make sure that the sidebar does not break our scroll feature. So what I'll do is this. Okay, so yeah, I think this works, honestly. Yeah, let's open this up. There we go. So, yep, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, this is good. Okay, yeah, we can go with this. Now, the other problem is that we need to also make sure that when we resize, that this stuff does not push the content. So we know this is a display of flex. I think, yeah, someone told me yesterday that we can use flex grow on message item details. And that would work, so. Like, you see how this pushes this to the side? It pushes the avatar. Yo, sub Dan. Yo, thank you so much for the donation, Moderno. Is that Danish? I don't know what currency that is, but thank you for the 50. I think that's is that Danish crown? I don't know what currency is that. Does anyone know? Filipino currency. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So, Akshay, you actually mentioned something. You actually mentioned something good. So what we'll do is like when we'll make this responsive. So when the container gets like here, what we'll do is we won't hide the sidebar. We'll collapse it So, you know what, let me open up Figma. I'm not going to spend too much time designing it, but I just want to show you what I think we could do. Let me open up wireframe real quick. Kadir, welcome to the stream. How are you? Creative Works, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. So what I was thinking of doing is this. I'm going to remove this. Put the icon right over here. Remove all the text. I think this should be in the center, I think. And let me do this. Yo, what's up, Crowny? How are you? $27. So you could do something like this. And then this will still be scrollable. Whoops. There we go. So it'll still be scrollable. And then, yeah. Let me make this a little bit smaller. There we go, something like that. No, I mean, the thing with Figma is, like, I just know how to do stuff, but I don't really know how to explain with Figma. It's like, with Figma, it's like, you just put stuff together and it just works. But I don't know how to explain the underlying theory behind it. Like, I wouldn't know how to explain, like, you know, what colors go with what. I kind of just, like, put everything together and then, you know, it just looks like that. Visual hierarchy. Alright, but yeah, so let's just continue, because I don't want to spend too much time on this, because we have more important things to worry about. But anyways, that's good that we were able to push this a little bit. Alright, so now what we'll do is, let me write a commit message real quick. Add WebSocket to... Let's write that commit message. Set up WebSocket gateway. Alright, so what we want to do next is we want to go ahead and make it so that, let's just add a feature right now so we can type and then we can just send the message this way. Because right now the only way we can send messages is by doing it through Postman. Right? We want to do it, we want to do it through the UI, of course. So what we'll do is this. Let's go over to message input field. Let's see. Yeah, so we have message input field right over here. And what we'll do is this. I might actually lift the state up. So what that means is that instead of, usually you just define your state all the way at the top level. So something like this. You state, and then what you do is you just pass down the props and the dispatcher function into the component. So this is a good thing to do. To kind of like, it's kind of like, you know, you're passing everything downwards. But yeah, we'll do it like this. Are you using middleware for this? What do you mean? Like for the backend or for the front end? I'm assuming you mean backend. I mean, we don't really have any middleware for the backend right now. I mean, unless if you're talking about the default Passport libraries, like cookie sessions, those things. Yeah, we have middleware set up already. I think you're new here, Armful. If you want, we have like the first day and second day of where we built everything out to get to this point. So you can go ahead and check that out if you want. And the code is in the description too, if you want to take a look at that. I've been watching your Discord content for years. I'll check out the other videos. Oh wow, how long have you been watching my Discord videos for? What we'll do is we'll set the value to, and then on change, there we go. So now whenever I type, we'll bind the value of the input to this variable, and then we'll basically need to do this. I need to wrap this inside a form. Since Discord JS 12, so that's been like 2 years ago. Wow. That's a huge throwback. Is this generic? You literally helped me build my first ever Discord bot, and we have a team of devs building huge projects. Nice. Well, that is great to hear. Okay, so basically right now I'm hitting enter right now, and you can see that in the console it's logging. So it's calling send message, which is good. So basically what we'll do is we'll need to call an API, of course. So we'll set up the API right now. Well, we'll set up the API call. Yo, what's up? Welcome back, Lulu. How are you? Nice to see you here again. I hope you're doing well. Export const post new message. And basically we'll need data, and I don't know what the type of that is right now, but we'll have to type annotate that. So slash messages. And I'm doing good, thank you for asking. I was confused why an API wasn't root used to next. Damn, it's really cold right now. I should probably turn on my AC. Export type, create message. And so for the parameters, let's see, we need content and we need conversation. Conversation ID. And we know what the conversation ID is. I think we should know what the conversation ID is because oh wait, you know what it is? I know what it is. We need to actually define here's what we're gonna have to do. We need to know what the selected conversation is, and we'll use context for that actually. Do you know how to read form data from a post requested node? I do. From human to code. Yo, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. Because right now, right, we don't know what the conversation ID is unless if we, kind of like prop drill that. Actually, we can't even do that, actually. Because if you look at over here, let me show you. Conversation channel page. You can see that this is the selected page. I mean, we could get the conversation ID by just passing it down somewhere. Right over here. But I don't know, I feel kind of iffy about doing that though. I feel like it's just better to set the context. But honestly, I think, yeah, actually, you know what? We'll just pass it down. Yeah, actually, no, I could also just do this. I guess also just do that. So watch this. Yeah, I don't think we'll need a context for this. I mean, we will do it later. We will set up context later, but for now we won't do this because I just want to get the post request just to work. So I'm going to set I'll create a context for it later. So we're able to get the idea of the conversation there. And on the back end, we already have validation. We are already checking to see who the participants are for the conversation. And if we send a message to a wrong conversation, it's not going to work, obviously. We also still have to protect the conversations on the front end as well. So we need to make it so that the user can actually fetch the conversation, which is not going to be hard. So what I'll do is this. What I'll do is await post new message, and I will pass in the conversation ID. That might actually give us an error. Yeah. If actually, I'll just do this return. Let me see. No, I don't like doing this. I'll just do const. Just do it like this. And honestly, I'll just set this to content. Instead. Well, of course, do some validation. Our route's already protected for the most part, but we're going to have to do some additional validation. Don't worry. So what we'll do is this. If there's no ID, I guess we could return or throw a new error. F12, what does that do? What does that do? What I'll do is, if there's no ID or there's no content, so that means both of this must be true. And then, if successful, we'll just set the content to empty string. Otherwise, we won't do anything else. Okay, so let's test this out. So this is going to call the API, so let's see what happens. Hello world. Hey, how are you? Welcome. There we go. So we have our messages being sent. Now, here's the thing though. Let's log into a different account. So what I'll do is this. Can I open up an incognito window? Let me open up an incognito window. Alright, so right now I'm logged in as this. So who's the other user? Anson3. Which one am I? I'm not sure who. I'm not sure which one I am. Let's look at the console. I think we are Anson3. No, we're Ants. Okay, so we'll log into Anson3. So let's go over here. And we should see this conversation. Okay, so this is... So let's test this out. So let me move this over here. Okay. Okay, so obviously this works, but we are not nowhere near done yet because the problem is that we don't have... The server does not recognize chat rooms. Okay? So... Because what's going to happen is if we are in a different chat room, it's going to also send those events as well. So we need to actually divide it based on the chat room. So that's going to be a little bit interesting to figure out, but it's okay. me see if I can open up another. Here's what I'll do. Let me log into another account. So what I'll do is this. Right now we are logged in. This is Anson 3. So that's number 10. So this is ID number 10, and this is number 7. Number 7, number 10. Okay. Let me go ahead and create another conversation between number 7 and maybe like number like a different user. Where is the create conversation? So let's do number 7 and maybe number 11. Okay, there you go. Let's refresh. Okay, so now watch this. The problem is that if I were to select this, right, and if I were to send a look, just watch this. I think what would happen is this. Yeah, see, there you go. So if I send a message here, you see how it receives it over here. That's because the backend does not recognize the conversation ID, right? It doesn't recognize channel rooms or stuff like that. So, well, on the backend, what we'll have to do is we'll have to know what the conversation is, right? And we'll have to fire the event with the correct conversation ID. And then on the front end, actually, no, this is not really a backend issue. It's mostly of a front end. Because the front end, we are storing messages in the same message array, right? And we'll need to actually have a state that maps each conversation ID to the messages and conversation for that room. So it'll be a little bit tricky, but it'll be easy to. It shouldn't be that hard using WebSockets. Yes, but you can see that this is obviously not supposed to work like this, because the front end is not recognizing the different conversation, right? It's not really a backend issue, no. It's more of a front end issue actually. But we can see that the WebSocket feature is at least working, so that's good. Okay, and there's also other stuff that we'll have to do too, right? We will also need to make it so that it updates the conversation as well. So basically, every single time we send a message, what we need to do is we need to update the conversation, and we are receiving the onMessage event right over somewhere here. Where is it? Yeah, we're receiving the events over here. Okay, and this is the conversation channel page. So that is, I believe, this whole part over here, right? The conversation channel page is this whole sidebar over here. If you look over to, if you look at conversation channel page, right? That is this over here. That's this whole side over here. And so on the conversation channel page, we do have the conversation ID, right? But there's no way for us to get access to the sidebar items, right? Because this is its own thing, and this is where Redux is going to come in handy. So when we use Redux, I mean, you can use context too, right? But I think we'll use Redux because I think I really want to integrate Redux on a project. It'll be fun to do it. So what we'll do is we'll basically need the conversation channel page to share state with the sidebar, right? The sidebar is over here at the conversation page. Okay. So this is the conversation page. This is the conversation channel page. Okay. So we kind of need to share state. Now, you know, honestly, when I think about it, I feel like it would be way better if we just had one page and that page had a sidebar, which honestly wouldn't be the end of the world, right? So if I did this, actually, yeah, but this is fine. Shashank, it is going well. How are you? But yeah, so we'll have to play around with this. I mean, like I said, we could use a context. So for now, what I'll do is I'll show you how you could do it in context. I'm not going to implement the full thing in context, but I'll just show you how I would go about structuring the context. So I think what we would do is conversation context.tsx. So I think what we'll do is we need like something like this. So I'm just gonna define like an object to kind of like show you how this would look like. So basically, we would need an ID. So each ID would be like, 1. Or actually, wait. Yeah. So we need the conversation ID. So let's say conversation ID number 15. And then this is going to map to an object. 16 would map to its own object, right? And then you can think of it like a bucket system, right? So you need to get the context. You need to get the correct conversation. So if it's conversation number 15, you'll take that. And then it'll have its own properties like messages, last message sent, etc., right? And we basically what we could do is we can populate that data when we fetch conversation channel page and inside conversation page. So this is what like the context could look like. I mean, you could do Redux too. So if you were to update the context, you would do something like update convo context, and then you'll need the ID, and then you would just need the message. Now, yeah, it's a lot of stuff to do, but it shouldn't be that hard. Are you still using a NoSQL database? Is that why you need context? No, that's not why. Still at it, I see. Yeah, we're still working on it. We've made a lot of progress, which is great. We have a pretty good working demo, which is good. Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to think what would be the next thing that we need to do. I think it definitely has to be the state management of the conversations and messages. Yeah, 100%. Because the problem right over here is we have 2 conversations, right? And if I select this user over here, right? I'm sending a message to Aaron, the developer, but I'm receiving it in this chat room over here, which is not correct, right? That's not supposed to happen. You can even tell because if I refresh this room over here, those messages are not even being displayed. Like for example, right now, I get the message, but if I refresh, the message is gone, right? So we have to fix this by managing the state on the front end and dropping the message in the correct area. So that'll be a difficult thing to do, only because I've never done it before. So we'll have to kind of like figure this out together, which will be fine. We'll be fine. Okay. So let's install Redux Toolkit. I have used Redux once, but it's been so long and I don't really remember too much. But it shouldn't be. It should be. We'll be fine. So let's install Redux Toolkit. It's getting really nice. Thank you, Ren. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to getting this project semi-completed, or at least be demoable. Okay, so let's go over here. Okay, so the very first thing that I want to do is create a store. So let's go over here. Let's find the docs for creating a store. Let me also install React Redux as well. Wait, I installed it in the wrong directory. Wait. Yeah, I installed it in the NestJS project. It's not good. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Hold on. I installed it in the root directory. That's not good. Why plain CRA next would have worked too? Yes. It would have worked just fine, but I just decided to use React because I am just kind of like used to it. But I gotta get into the habit of using Next more, to be honest. Maybe next time I'll build it. I'll build this in Next.js. Who knows? Maybe we'll try. Maybe we'll build a new chat app in Next.js. We'll see. Okay. Did I install Redux Toolkit? I didn't do that yet. Wait. Okay. So we'll go ahead and configure a store. So if I do anything else, let me also do this. How do I want to call this? How do I want to write this commit message? Damn. What's a good commit message for this? Alright, so let's go ahead and set up Redux. So should I push the code? Let's push the code. Yeah, for those who are watching, if you are interested, the code is in the description. I made sure to add the code in the description. So you're more than welcome to checking it out, and you know, it's open source basically. So the link is in the description if you want. Alright, so what I'll do is this. So let's go into our React project. And let's go over here, store. So we'll go ahead and call configure store. So this will set up the store for us. And for the store, okay, blah, blah, you have for type posts. So now we'll need to do this, create a Redux, or provide the store to React. So we'll get the provider. trying to think. I forgot how you type annotate functions. Type annotate React function component. Is that even possible? I don't even know. Oh, actually, I'll do this. Sorry, I'm just really indecisive. Alright, cool. So now I can just do this, so I don't have to have like a whole bunch of nested providers. So I'll probably put this away somewhere, but we'll leave it like that for now. And what I'll do is I want to set up the Redux provider, so import provider from React Redux. And we'll need to import our store. So okay, there we go. So we should have the store. What's going on? Okay, and now let's see. We'll need to create a slice. So basically, the slice is a part of the store. So you have the whole entire store itself, and then we want to have a section of the store And for the slice, this will just be for conversations. Let me see. So what I'll do here is look at the conversation state, and we're gonna go ahead and call this conversation slice. And we'll have reducers. So basically reducers will allow us to actually modify the state itself. So we'll need a couple reducers. I think the first one we'll need is, fetch conversations. We'll need one for updating a conversation, which is basically just updating the last message sent property, right? Trying to think what else. Let's call this conversation as well. So let's see. So if we create a new conversation, we also should add the conversation to the array. So this will take state, action. Wait. Yeah. Payload action. And then let's see. So basically, if we add a conversation, all we have to do is add it to the array. So because Redux Toolkit now uses the immer library, we can just modify state directly. So we don't have to do stuff like filter or map. We can just do state dot conversations dot push, and then you can just do action dot payload, and we all know that action dot payload will be a type of conversation. I have a question. How would I make a embed but have the top of it not embed, so I can mention that here? Well, when you send an embed, you cannot mention users. You can only, you can mention them, but it won't actually ping them, right? If you want to ping the user, then you'll have to send an actual content along with the message, because embed is part of a message. So you have to send a content pinging the user. Yo, what's up, Triboy? How are you? Welcome back to the stream. Finally, someone making better Discord. Yup, that's exactly what we're doing. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so this was for adding a conversation. Um, yeah, I think it should be fine. Trying to think what else. Okay, so now we'll need to take the slice, and then we only have one reducer, so let's delete this. Yo, what's up, Pixor? How are you? Welcome to the stream. It's going good. How about you? So this is going to be for adding a conversation. So if we want to fetch conversations, we'll need to create what's called a thunk, and I'll show you how we can do that. But let's go ahead and go into the store, and let's go into here. And we want to add the reducer, so conversation, reducer. And we'll import conversation reducer from, and we just import from the slice file like that. And then we are good to go. So now what we can do is anywhere in our application, before you would have to use all that stuff like map props to state, map dispatch to state, all that kind of crap with old React Redux. But now with Redux Toolkit, all you need to do is literally just call the use selector and use dispatch hook. So for example, I'll write a console log. There's actually a tool called React Redux for a browser that you can use. I think I might have that. I'm good. I've been actually following you for quite a while. That V12 Discord.js bot you made, and yeah, that's cool to see you're still active. Well, I'm glad to see you here. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you on the stream before. But this is my first time seeing your name, so welcome. I'm glad to see you here. And glad to see a reoccurring viewer. I might need some stream moderators. You know, yesterday we were getting like so many, we were getting like a spammer kept spamming and stuff. So anyways, let's see. Alright, yeah, I think this should be fine. Let's go into our project. Let's make sure that there's no issues. And let me do one more thing as well. Formatted message. Yo, what's up, Azama? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I came a while and probably asked a question or two on your Discord. That UI just looks like Discord, kind of cool. Well, that is good to hear. Are you on my new Discord or are you on the old Discord? If you're not on my new Discord, definitely check out my new Discord. The link is in the description. I'll send the link. Discord. There we go. I just want to get rid of all of these errors. Damn, so many improvements. Yeah. Yep. I'm not sure why it's still complaining about it, because I'm already setting the key over here. Oh, wait, you know what it is? Let's do this instead. There we go. Yeah, so actually, this is what I should do. That should get rid of that error. Or is it? Key is not a prop. Key is not a prop. Oh, I guess we can't do that. I guess we'll just do this. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this needs a key, and then... But I already removed this. I wonder if that will throw an error if I remove that. Okay, so this doesn't need a key, but this wrapper does. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, yeah, it makes sense. Though I wonder if there's going to be an issue because... this over here has a key, but then this is also a different component too. Yo, what's up, Goku3508 iOS? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Rage Vision, yo, what's up, Rage Vision? How are you? And yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm gonna do one more thing. Let me go into message container. I'm going to remove padding from the top. Yeah, we're gonna remove padding from the top. There we go, that looks way better. And of course, we're going to need to add event listener, so whenever the user scrolls, we're going to need to fetch more messages. Yo, what's up, Ben? How are you? Welcome back to the stream, man. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we just did a little bit of refactoring. So we know that the store is working. So there's this let me move this over here. So there's this so I have this extension called, I forgot what it's called. I think it's Redux Devtools. I'm doing good, thank you. And you can see that right over here. I don't know if you can see this. Is there a way I can zoom in? Okay, I don't think I can zoom in, unfortunately, but you can see that over here, there's this conversation state, and then we have conversations, okay? What's the goal of this web app? Is it just for practice, or is there an actual goal behind it? I mean, the intention was to just build a chat, because I've never built a chat app before. But, you know, who knows, right? Maybe if we can get a lot of features for it to work, you know what? Maybe, who knows, right? You never know. You'll never know. Oh, I know, I can pop out. I think I can do this. Let me see, there was a way. I remember there was a way I could, like, just pop open this. Wrong. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. What theme am I using? Get Up Dark. Okay, so now that we have this, what we need to do is we need to fetch the conversations using a thunk. So to do that, it's actually not that hard. Here's what we do. We need to use this. Well, first, before I do anything, let me show you how we can get these states. So what we'll do is we'll go into here. Let's go into conversation sidebar, because this is where we are. This is where we can create the conversation. And so I'll copy this real quick just to show you. And basically you can use the useSelector hook to select state. I don't know why my IntelliSense is not working. Hello, Redux, hello. Guess we'll import that. There we go. And then you basically just want to pass in a callback function. And this callback function gives you the state. So let's import root state from store. And then we have our type annotations. And then you can basically just reference the slice and then the state field on that slice. What's that thing you just used to commit to the main branch? This source control. And it will also call use dispatcher or use dispatch. And then basically what we want to do is whenever we perform some action, we'll just basically dispatch. We'll dispatch a reducer. So basically, we have two reducers, or one reducer, sorry. Added conversation, right? So watch this. Right now I have this this right over here, this pencil, right? So when I click on create conversation, we're going to need to dispatch the action. And the nice thing about Redux is that you literally can just call these hooks wherever you want. So you don't even need to prop drill anything. So what that means is, let's go inside the modal. So create conversation modal, because this is where we have the form, right? This is where we have the create conversation form. And then what I can do is this. Actually, no, let's go into create conversation form. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and call use dispatch. My IntelliSense just doesn't want to work today. Okay, you'll call use dispatch, and then basically let's do this. Let's prevent default and let's call dispatch, and then we need to fire an action. So we'll need to get our reducer. So add conversation. Control Shift P. Okay, so watch this. So we'll call dispatch, and then we'll call add conversation, and then we'll have to pass in the payload. So the payload will just be a conversation type. So let's pass in the fake conversation. Actually, we'll have to modify this because we cannot use conversation type because it doesn't have an ID. But for now, I'll just do this ID. Let me do this. Export type conversation. Recipient need to be a string. Yeah, I think this will be it. So let's do this. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to remember how to do this. Yo, Gopal, what's up? How are you? Do you basics in HTML workflow? Why do you use Redux? How good is it? What's the huge performance using it? It's good for state management. Damn, this is really annoying. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Because what we want to do is when we create a okay, so basically when we create a conversation, what we want to do is we want to obviously fetch the API, or not fetch the API, make a post request to the API, right? And then what we want to do is we want to update the state so that way we actually get the conversation, the new conversation in the state, right? So, I'm just trying to find my old example of how I did this. What the hell's going on? Yo, what's up, Das? How's it going? Here, just to show you an example. So watch what's gonna happen when I click on the button. It's gonna dispatch this add conversation. And you're gonna see it's gonna say add conversation in the state. So let's refresh. All right, there we go. So I'm going to click here. So now see it says add conversation. And then now you can see that there should be right over here. Yep, you can see that the action was fired, right? And we have all of our data here. Now it's complaining about this non-serialized value. I think it's because yeah, everything's working smoothly. We're just playing around with Redux right now. I'm not sure why it's complaining about. Oh, you know what it is? Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure why it is complaining about the date object. A non-serializable value. I mean, I guess we can't do date, I guess. I guess we'll have to just change conversation type to a string. And I wonder how... I don't think that will really affect our code currently because we're not even doing anything with the date, so it's fine. All right. There we go. So you can see that it's working. So basically, when we dispatch this, what we need to do is we need to get the conversation. So basically, we'll need to actually call an async thunk. And then that should take care of... I'll show you in a second. So basically what we'll do is we'll need to create a thunk. And the thunk will actually perform the thunk will take care of actually performing the asynchronous data, because we don't want to actually just do it inside like a use effect or something. So I'll show you in a second. So we'll basically need to create a thunk, dispatch, and pass in the function of the thunk, and then pass it in parallel. I'll show you. So this is just an example of how dispatch would work. Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll need to dispatch an asynchronous action and then update the state. I'm not sure if that is a good approach though, because you're dispatching twice, but I guess it's two different actions, right? You're fetching, and then you are updating the actual state. Because how else are you going to get the data, right? And you're not going to fetch the data inside the reducer. You're going to use a thunk. Generally should avoid serializing data. Will you add notification sound effects? But yeah, that's pretty much how we can do that. But essentially what we'll do is inside here, this is where we're going to need to dispatch the thunk. So I'll show you. So what I'll do is I'll go into my conversation slice, and I'll go ahead and create a thunk. So I'm not going to add any notification sound effects, not right now. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we got to do, and I feel like a lot of people are just suggesting things that are not even important. But these are things that we'll worry about later. Do I have any JS course? I do. I have a JavaScript course on my channel. There's a playlist actually. If you go to my channel and if you click on playlists, you'll be able to find that. I also have a TypeScript course too. Yo, what's up? Another dead channel. Welcome back to the stream. How are you, man? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this to fetch conversations. So, this async function actually takes in two parameters, if I remember correctly. There should be some docs on create async thunk. Did I just get ignored? No, I was reading the chat but Redux is basically a state management library. So you can use it to basically store data in state on the UI, and all of your components can reference that state anywhere you want, and then you can easily just grab the value from the state easily. Why you choose Redux from Redux Toolkit, not using useReduce from React? What are you talking about? Are you asking me why I'm using Redux over useReducer? I mean, useReducer isn't really necessarily a replacement for Redux. Redux is something completely different. What software am I using? Visual Studio Code. So basically what we'll do is we will take this function, get conversation. I really should call it fetch conversations, honestly. I really should call it fetch conversations, but it's fine. Actually, no, we shouldn't because we have this thunk. I'm going to call this fetch conversations thunk. And then we'll return get conversations. And then this will basically just return. All right, and then what we'll do now is we just need to dispatch this action, and I'll show you how we can do that. So what we'll do is this. Let's take this. Let's make sure there's no errors in the logs. Okay, so what we'll do is inside of our conversation channel page. So basically right over here, this use effect, this is where we are calling get conversation messages. Actually, we're not here, sorry. Right over here, conversation page. What we'll do is instead of calling the API, we'll just call Redux to take care of it for us. Watch this. So we're going to need to use dispatch, and then we'll go ahead and do dispatch. We'll go ahead and pass this, and there's no payload. And why is it giving me an error? What's going on? Did I import the wrong use dispatch? What is going on? Hold on, wait. What is going on? There shouldn't be a problem with that. I'm not sure what the problem is. Let's see. Did something change? Let's look at the docs. Argument of type async thunk action. Access response any void is not subject to any action. That's interesting. Maybe I think something. Oh wait, you know what it is? I know what it is. Yeah, I know what the problem is. Give me one sec. Let's see. Let's go into index here. I think we need to pass this. Try this. Okay, that should fix that. All right, let's see what's going on. Whoops. A non-serializable value was detected in action. Interesting. Let's unwrap the data. And let's do .then. Okay, there we go. I think we just need to... Why is it complaining about this? A non-serializable value was detected in action. Let me Google this error. Let's see. You can disable each middleware by providing false flag to serializable check. Yeah, let me do something real quick. Let's do... I don't know why this issue is happening. Let me try this. This is really annoying. There we go. I'm gonna have to look into that issue, but it's really weird. We've always told you should not put non-serial values in. Okay, so I guess the value. Okay, I guess it makes sense. You know what it is? I think I know what it is. The date is probably like being received as a string, so maybe that's the reason why it is giving us that error. That's my guess. Okay, now watch this. We have all of our data. Okay, and then what we can do is we can just set conversations data, and then let's also add an empty dependency array, and let's refresh, and there we go. So we have the data being fetched using Redux or using async Thunk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the date is the issue. I think the date is the reason why. So I think what I'll do is, because right now, right on the front end or on the back end, if I fetch a conversation, it's gonna give me a stringified date, which is I think what it's complaining about. But if I were to return a number, I think we'll have to fix on the back end. So instead of saving actual like date strings like that, we'll just save a number, and I think that should fix the issue. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let me read the chat, because I was just so focused on this. Let's see. I don't know if you're still here, but Haxu, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here. Abdullah, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. What about use context 24 can? I mean, you can use context, but I think I'm just gonna purposely use Redux because I really want to actually use Redux, you know. But Redux is great for a situation like this. Use reducer. It looks similar like Redux, but it's originally hooked from React. Would safe JSON stringify fix it? I don't know, because the thing is like, it's receiving the data, and the data is already getting fetched from Redux, and Redux is complaining about it. So I think we'll have to just fix it on the back end, I guess. Or I don't know, maybe there might be a way. I think with a middleware, you can use the middleware to actually fix this somehow by there might be a way. I'm not sure though. I'll have to actually look into this issue, but it's okay. We can just ignore it for now. Okay, so you can see that right over here we have all the conversations being fetched. All right, so how do we fetch messages? Okay, so this is going to be a little bit difficult because here's the thing, right? Like we have right now a store for conversations, right? Now conversations type doesn't even have the messages type, so we'll actually have to do this. Because like I said, remember, we need to map each conversation to its message. But how do we do that though? Right? The problem is this. Here's the problem. We have all of the conversations that are being fetched, right? I think actually, you know, I think this is what we'll do. Let me do this. Let me modify conversation type real quick. And let me add this message property. And the type will be message type, like that. And I think that this should not break anything. Yes, it should not break anything. So let's refresh. And you can see that in the state, I have conversations. Okay, so we're actually only fetching the conversations. We're not adding it to the state. So here's what I'll do. I'm thinking, what if I were to fetch the conversation and then call dispatch? There has to be a solution. Let me look at the Redux tutorials. I basically want to fetch data and then update the state. So inside the Thunk function, it dispatches. Is that what it does? What about, does Redux Toolkit have any docs on this? So there's an extra reducer. So when you add the case, okay, yeah, so these are the thing with extra reducers. So basically when it's fulfilled, you can just update the state. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So what we'll do is we'll go inside here and we're gonna go ahead and set up an extra reducer. So if I remember correctly, extra reducers basically allow you to apply extra reducers. And I'll show you what that means in a second. So basically, you can use extra reducers to respond to other types of actions. So in our case, what we want to do is we want to set up an action when the state of our, let me show you. So I'll show you real quick. So right now we have this fetch conversations thunk, right? So what I want to do is I want to create an extra reducer, and I'll show you. So we'll do builder.addCase, and then we're going to reference that thunk, fetch conversations thunk. And keep in mind that this thunk will have several properties. It'll have fulfilled, rejected, pending, right? So what we want is we want to get the fulfilled case, right? And then it'll take in a callback function, which is the state. And then what we want to do is this. So we want to take state.conversations, and we just basically want to apply it to actually wait. Oh yeah, we need to get the action as well. Yep. And the action is going to be an Axios response. So action dot payload dot data. So this will actually update the state for us. So watch this. I think this should be fine. Hopefully there's no issues. There you go. There you go. You see it? It's hard to see, but you can see over here that after we just did that, we now have the actual state. Before it was empty. Watch this. If I remove this, let me refresh. Okay. Notice how the conversations array is empty, right? But because I added this extra reducer, once the thunk has fulfilled, right? Because this is an asynchronous action, right? Once it has fulfilled, we basically just update the state. Okay, so we don't actually have to even do anything inside the conversation page except for just dispatching this function. Okay, and we actually don't even need to set conversations. Watch this. I actually don't even need to do this. I don't even think I need to unwrap this as well. I just need to dispatch. Watch this. Yeah, it's hard to see the state, the Redux tool. There has to be a way to zoom in. Let me see. Zoom in Redux Toolkit. Is there a way I can zoom in? Yeah, I'm not sure. But let me do this. There we go. Okay. Notice how right over here we have the conversation fetched from the database. Okay. So watch this. If I remove this extra reducer, look at the state of conversation now. It's just an empty array. Okay? It's just an empty array. And the reason why it's an empty array is because we're not updating the state. We're only performing an action by fetching the API, but we're not doing anything. Right? Now, how do we actually update the state? Well, you want to do it by adding this extra reducer, because the thunk will give you these properties: fulfilled, pending, rejected. So basically, fulfilled basically means that the API request succeeded, right? And you have the resolved value from the API because it's asynchronous, right? And you also want to handle other cases too. So you might also want to handle the case where it is pending or it's rejected, right? So we'll handle that stuff later, because later we'll need some state to tell if it is loading or not. Because right now we are not checking if the state is loading. Okay? But when it's fulfilled, we want to update the state. So we'll reference state.conversations, because this is a callback function that takes in these two parameters. I think it doesn't take in anymore. Let me see. State actions. I think the last parameter is yeah, I'm not sure all the arguments, but the first two is the state, and then the second one is the action. And the action is basically just going to be it's just going to contain the Axios response, as you can see over here. Okay, so we're going to do state.conversations equals action.payload.data. And so now, if I were to reperform everything, I'm going to get the data in the state. Okay, so now our state actually has an array of conversations, though I think I think actually I actually think it's better, instead of doing an array, it's better if we did an object. And I'm saying that because but here's the thing though, can we even dynamically add properties to state? I don't know if, can you, let me Google this. Can you dynamically add properties to Redux state. Redux add property dynamically. Because like the problem here is like, you know, right now we have an array, and if the user has lots of conversations, you can imagine that the time complexity of that of performing an update on the array is going to be O of n, right? So if we can speed it up by using a map or an object where we have key value pairs, right? Basically we'll have each conversation ID mapping to an array of messages, or the conversation itself, right? And then it'll have the message property like that, right? But right now we have, like, for example, like ID 1, right? ID 200, you get the idea, right? And basically, when we know the conversation ID, we just grab the reference, update the message, and then that's it. But there probably is a way, Redux state dynamic property. Hey, you are very smart. Keep the good word. Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce him, Jao, but thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, because you can see that right now this is our state, right? And let me just show you how this works. ID. If I can even do that. Yeah, see, like, we can't even do this because we have to set... Yeah, I don't think we can set this. Or there's no easy way to do this. Yeah, I think we might need to just use an array. Yeah, we cannot. I mean, actually, wait. What if I did this? What if I made conversations an object? Actually, no. Yeah, because then you wouldn't be able to get a list of it. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do it this way. Sucks, but it's whatever. It's whatever. All right, so watch this. So we're gonna go ahead and call useEffect, or we're just gonna call dispatch, okay? And then we don't even need to. We don't even need to do this anymore. You see how right now at the conversation page, right? We have this conversations variable, and then we have this set conversations, right? What about map string conversation? Huh. You might be onto something. You might be onto something. You might be onto something. Let's see. So basically what we'll have to do is when we fetch the conversations, what we'll do is this. Let me comment this out. So this will actually throw an error, I think. Let me refresh this. Let me go to code. Wait, I'm actually surprised. Okay, so but it's no longer a wait. Yeah, I don't know why that was able to assign it. That's actually not supposed to happen. But anyways, let me do this. So what we'll do is conversations dots. So what we'll do is this. Well, let me do this real quick. Hold on. Let me type annotate get conversations. So that way we have IntelliSense in here. So now you can see that data is type annotated, and it's an array of conversation types. You can see that right over here. So for each. Could you do it this way? What's going on here? Let me do number instead. Could you do it this way? So I think, yes, you could do it this way. But I wonder if there's any downsides to doing it this way. The plugin mapset has not been loaded into Immer. Call enable mapset. Okay, so it seems like maps are supported with Immer. which is good actually. Let's see. We have to call enable map set. We have to enable the plugin real quick. Let's do that real quick. Let's fix that. There we go. Let's look at the state now. For some reason, it's not setting the state. Huh. Okay, so it logged it over here, but it didn't want to set. It didn't want to set the. It doesn't. You see? Do you see it right? It doesn't want to set it. You see it? That's really interesting. Is this not? Are we not able to do this, or? Okay, so you can see that we have the property over here. So it should technically be able to. Yo, what's up, Aaron? Welcome back. How are you? Hmm. Let's see. Did you try Vite? I have not tried Vite. Not yet, at least. Huh, interesting. I don't know why it doesn't want to set. Is it because it's a number? Do numeric keys not work in Redux? Maybe a simple restart of the app. I could try, but I don't know. I just started with C and C++ and now Java. I hope I can do stuff like this in the future. I'm sure you will. It's good that you started with something. So I just restarted. I don't know why it's not updating it though. It's really strange to me. So you can see the data here. You can see that this is the state. Conversation, state.conversation.conversations. State.conversations. I know JavaScript. Should I learn Java or Kotlin for Android app development or use React Native? Well, I mean, if you already are good with React and if you want to build a project for your portfolio, you should definitely just use React Native first because you want to showcase your skills. And what you can do then is learn other stuff. I honestly, yeah, I have a feeling that it's just the Redux. I feel like the Redux dev toolkits just does not recognize maps. But we can definitely see that it's here. So I think the only thing that we gotta do is this. We can just call, let's do this instead. Here's what we'll do. Let me do one more thing. Yes, I did. We just enabled the plugin. But I think it's just that it just does not recognize the map in the Redux toolkit, which is weird. Because why would that be a problem, you know? Like, why would that treat that as empty? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me, you know? But we know that state conversation, I'm pretty sure we can easily just grab the value, so watch this. So I'm gonna delete this, okay? And watch this. So I'm gonna go into conversation sidebar, and I'm gonna make it so that we don't need to pass in conversations anymore. Okay, and what we'll do is this. We'll go ahead and use the selector to get the state. Okay, so watch this. Actually, you know, hold on. You know what? I'm not going to use a map. Actually, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me just make sure that the map actually works. So let me console log conversation. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So you can see that right over here you have map and then you have yep. So I can easily just do conversation.get and then 15. Yeah, so it works. I think I think just Redux Toolkit just does not is not happy with it. Okay. So what we'll do is this. We'll use a map and then we can very easily render everything. So watch this. Instead of, so I'm in the conversation sidebar. What I'll do is instead of, okay, so instead of doing conversations.map, we're gonna do conversations. Let's do this. I guess to array. So we're gonna convert this to an array. So conversations. So what we'll do is conversations dot. Wait, let me do something real quick. Yo, what's up, Saeed? How are you? How do I, wait, no, array dot from. There we go. Yep, so we'll call array dot from. Pass in the map. And what's gonna happen is, wait. No, wait. Wait. Alright, let me try this. Array dot from conversation. And then when we call map, hold on. Yo, Dheeraj, how are you? Welcome to the stream. This is tripping me up real quick. Array dot from, pass in the map. This example that I'm looking at is really bad. The theme name is called Get Up Dark. Hold on, wait, what am I doing? There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right, so we have array.from conversation. So the first is the, I guess that's the index, the number. Conversation. I'm curious to see what the... Yeah, it doesn't matter. We have the ID, so it doesn't matter. There we go. All right, there we go. That works. All right, so let me create a couple more conversations real quick. So let me just go into Postman. There we go. We have 2 conversations. Okay. Now the trickiest part here is this. The way that we are rendering this is actually not correct. Well, it's okay. Not that it's not correct. What I meant to say is the way that we're rendering this is we want to render it based on the last time it was updated. So you can see right over here, we are just rendering them in order of they were created, right? So I think when we fetch the conversations, we'll have to fetch them based on how they were last updated. Well, actually, no. Well, I mean, no. What we'll do is this. On the front end, I guess we'll just sort the array by last update. So what that means is whenever we send a new message, right? It's that conversation is supposed to go all the way to the top. So for example, for this conversation, right? If I send a message, right? This conversation should appear all the way on the top for myself and the other user. Okay? So to handle this, well, when we send a message, we'll receive an event, and we'll need to update, the state of the conversation. And then, yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll actually sort we'll sort the array, and then we will render it. And that should be pretty easy because all we can do is just do array.from, and then I can just call .sort, and then pass in a comparator function, and then all we have to do is just sort by the date. So that will be a to do that we'll have to do. But this works, which is good. Let me ready to commit. All right, perfect. So we're making lots of progress. All right, now what we need to do is, now that we have a map system for our state, which is really good, okay, what we can do now is this. Yeah, we'll create a function. What we'll do now is this. So let's go back to our store. So we have a map, right? And let me open up Notepad. So let me just show y'all. So we have a map. So let's do this 15, which is the ID of the conversation, right? Let's do 16. I mean, we could have used an array, but using a map is actually way better because of complexity issues, right? So because we're using a map, we can easily just grab the conversation instead of iterating through the array, and then all we need to do is just update the messages property. So watch this. Every conversation is going to have this messages property, right? And of course, the conversation itself will have its other properties too, like ID, last updated. Right? I'll have these. Okay, and then what happens? Well, actually, these should also be a number 2. Okay, so what happens is we can easily just grab the conversation by its ID. Then we have direct access to the messages array, and then what we'll do is we'll update the state of messages. And like I said, because we're using Redux Toolkit, and Redux Toolkit uses immer, we can just directly modify the conversations messages property, and we don't even have to worry about anything because immer takes care of the state for us. So watch this. So let's go into our message component. So basically where we are fetching messages. So watch this. Okay, so we're in the conversation channel page. So watch this. Right now, in the conversation channel page, we are fetching our API. So what we need to do is we need to create a thunk instead to fetch the messages. So watch this. Export const fetch messages thunk. We'll create an async thunk. Okay. And I'll call this messages and then this will be an async function, and then we'll literally just call the same function that we were calling when we were fetching the messages. So get conversation messages. And it's going to need an ID, so we'll just pass an ID. And the first parameter is just going to be the number, or the ID itself, okay? So now, let me do one more thing. Let me go to here, and let me type annotate the return type, because we know this is going to be an array of message types. So now you can see that TypeScript now recognizes the return type, promise, actual response, an array of message type, or it's an array of message type, yeah. And then what we'll do is this. We'll add another reducer. So over here, we'll go to builder.addCase. Actually, you don't have to do this. You can just do add case. And then you want to reference fetch messages thunk fulfilled. And then you want to basically get the state and the action. And here's what you'll do. I'm not going to update anything right now. I just want to console log to you everything. So we'll do action.payload.data. And I'll also write another console log. Fetch messages thunk.fulfilled. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and dispatch this. So what we'll do is I'll do this. I'll go into a use effect hook, and I'll go ahead and I'll dispatch it. Obviously, I'm going to remove this, but I just want to show you how it works instead of just deleting everything. So the same thing that we did in this use effect in this component, we're going to call dispatch. So we're going to go ahead and do const dispatch equals use dispatch. Okay, and I think we do need to type annotate this. Yeah. Let's do app dispatch. Okay. And so what we'll do is we will go ahead and dispatch, and we're going to go ahead and do fetch messages thunk, and we need to pass in the ID. So the ID is this value over here, but it might throw an error actually because it's an invalid type. Yeah, so I'll just do the same thing over here. Okay, and so let's refresh. There should not be any errors. And what is this? There we go. So look at all of the messages that were fetched. You see how we have 75 messages, and you can see that they are being logged right over here. Okay, 47, 48, 49. Okay, and now what we want to do is we want to actually modify the state. So if you look at the state, right? So right over here, messages thunk fulfilled. Here's what we need to do. Okay, so this is actually going to be a little bit tricky, because we actually need to know the conversation. And if you look over here, we don't have any. Yeah, okay, so if you look over here, we don't have any property that gives us the conversation ID, and there's no way that we can grab it inside here. Like, there's no way. We don't, like, inside here, we don't have it at all. And state, even if we did state.conversations, we don't know what the ID is. So how do we get the ID of the conversation so that we can map the messages correctly? Well, I wonder if there's a way to reference Thunk's parameters. Let me actually look at this. Redux Thunk get parameters. I wonder if, let me actually look this up real quick. I wonder if there's some property on the Thunk object that gives you the parameters that it was called with. Let me see. Let's find out before we do anything else. Even if this is the case, I'm probably not going to do it this way regardless. Only because the arguments. Yeah, so it's throwing an error. Okay, yeah, we won't do it this way. Here's what we'll do. Right now, right, if you go over to, if you try to get all of the conversations messages, right? So it'll give you this. So it returns an array. What we'll do is we'll modify this endpoint to actually return the conversation ID. Okay, so what I'll do is this. Let's go, and this is a really easy fix. And this will help our case. And we actually should be doing this. So what I'll do is this. Let's go into messages, message controller. So what I'll do is ID, conversation ID. What did I just do? There we go. Okay, so what I'll do is this. Close this out. So now if you fetch this endpoint, it's going to give you... Wait, what am I doing? I really hate this. I really hate this thing with VS Code. Can you just reorder conversations on message sent? I mean, we're not fetching and looping anything. What we're doing is we're not really fetching and looping anything. So what we'll have to do is for the return value of this, we'll have to change this to change the type. So let me do this. So we'll just type annotate the return value of our get conversation messages. Instead of message type, it should just be message fetch message payload. Okay, and now don't worry about this. Okay, now watch this. When I refresh, let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we have the ID and the array. So what we can do now is we should be able to just do state.conversations.get. The ID is supposed to be a number, but I think the backend is sending it as a string. Yeah. So we can just do parse int pipe, and that should actually return. So watch this. Before it was giving us as a string, now it's going to give it to us as a number. Can you suggest best OAuth lib for NestJS? I can't really answer that question because I've never really used OAuth with Next. I mean, I've done it with Discord before, but I mean, I've used Passport. I've never really done authentication with only Next. But I'm sure you can find one on Google. Yo, Idan, what's up? How are you? Welcome to the stream. So watch this. So I'm gonna go ahead and get what's going on here. Wait, what is going on? There we go. So watch this. It's going good. We're making lots of progress. So watch this. When I refresh, this is on line 50. Okay. And then what you can do is you can just update messages. Bro, our NestJS good, yes. And you do the conversation dot messages equals messages. Actually, if all right, watch this. So let's refresh. Now you're not going to be able to see it in the Redux tools, in the Redux dev tool, because for some reason it's treating it as empty, which is really annoying. I don't know why Redux DevTools doesn't show object keys. Yeah, I think with the I think let me do this. I think with the Redux, actually, you know what it is? I think I know what to do. Hold on. I think we actually need to install the Redux DevTools extension from npm. Yeah, I think here's what we'll have to do. But the thing is, this has been deprecated. Oh wait, here. And then we'll need to. Wait, what is this? Okay, let's install this real quick. And then what we want to do is we want to serialize the data. I hope this doesn't break our app. This should only, yeah, I don't think we should have any problems with this, but let's try this. Yeah, so I think we need to serialize to true, I think. And then enhancers. How do you do this? I'm new to Redux, by the way. Me too. Yo, what's up, Moncode? Welcome to the stream again. Okay, I'm kind of stuck on what this issue is. Hold on. Let me see if I can find an example. I'm trying to find an example, but I can't. I am trying to configure compose with Devtools. I'm trying to basically configure Devtools with our app, but I can't find like a good example on Google or anything. Let me do this instead. Maybe we don't even need this package. But the problem is, like, I don't know why. There we go. Like, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, like, so let me open this up real quick. So right now, right, because we're using a map, it doesn't want to show the mapped objects in conversations, and I think it's because it's not serialized. I think because that's what I saw over here, right? Devtools do not show pieces that are even though they are present, and you can see over here. This is yeah, I don't know. Like the map does not want to show, which is really frustrating, but it's fine. Anyway, that's not super important right now. Okay, so now let's go ahead. Wait, what the hell is this? Okay, so now let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and actually fetch all the messages. Okay, well, we already fetched all the messages in our Thunk. Okay, so to verify that the messages do in fact exist, what we'll do, or to verify that the state updated, watch this. We'll go ahead and check the state, line 53. So there you go. The state has been updated. So now we should be able to just reference. We should be able to just do this. Okay. Watch this. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go into message panel. And this is where we have to go to where we are rendering our messages. So message container. So right over here, you can see that this is where I am rendering the messages, but instead of doing this, I'm going to go ahead and get the selector. So let's call use selector. Okay. And we're going to basically select the conversation. Let me do this. We're gonna go ahead and do get. Okay, and this will give us the I'll show you how this works right now. This looks really ugly, but don't worry, we'll fix it up. But instead what I'll do is I will go ahead and do Why is it empty? Oh, you know what it is? I think, yeah, okay, I forgot to do this. I forgot to do state.conversation .set ID and then conversation. I have to actually update the conversation itself. There we go, that should fix that for us. Let's try it out. Or maybe it doesn't. Okay, so now it works, but... Okay, I think I know what the issue is. We need to actually add like an indicator that we're still loading. Because right now, right, messages array is empty. But what is weird is this. Because you can see that if I were to watch this, if I save again, right? Hold on. The messages were there earlier. Watch this. Huh, interesting. Why is this not working? Yeah, you can see the state is updated. I guess, yeah, I guess the state is in fact updating. It's just that messages array over here is still technically an empty array, which is not what I like. Which is really frustrating. Yeah, I guess the only thing that we could do is we could try this. Let me do this. I guess what we could do is we can define a state. Like we get to define a state variable loading boolean. And what we could do is we could set loading to false. And then what we can do is we can essentially update the state of loading when we're done. So for example, watch this. We'll add a case, fetch messages. If it's pending, right? We'll just set the state to state.loading equals true. And then we'll also add a case for when it's rejected. We will set the state .loading to false because obviously it's rejected, so it's not loading anymore. And then we'll also set the state in fulfilled. State.loading is false. So basically, if it's pending, loading is true because it's currently fetching. I think these are the only three cases: pending, fulfilled, and rejected. Yeah, you didn't start making this app today, right? This day? Yeah, I started this like 2 days ago. Okay, so then what we could do is we can get the value of loading. So wherever we are, let me show you. One sec. I guess what we need to do is we just need to get the loading state. So let me just see where I can find this. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is right over here in message container. So let me show you this use effect. So right now you can see that. Wait, why is it saying conversation was not found? Oh, I get it. You know what it is? I know what the problem is. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what the problem is, but it's still really weird. Hold on, wait. I think I know what the problem is. Wait. Yeah, I know what the problem is. The problem is this. Hold on. We are fetching all the conversations in this page, but we're not fetching them in any of these pages. So watch this. Fetching conversations. Yeah, Nest is more advanced than Express. So watch this. It's saying conversation was not found, even though the conversation is in fact there. What's going on? Yeah, like you can see that on line 61, it's there, so let's refresh. Why does it keep printing proxy? Conversations. I don't know why that's happening, but anyways. Vert2Tim, welcome to the stream. How are you? Yeah, I don't know why the state is not updating for some reason, which is giving me issues. Like it keeps saying map of size 0, which is not right. I don't know what's going on. I mean, because we are updating the state here, so I don't really see what the problem is. Honestly, I think I might just get rid of the map and just... Yeah. Yeah, I think honestly I'm not going to use a map because this is... I'm reading online. Some people are saying that it's not safe to use map. And, I mean, we could tell that it's breaking Redux Toolkit, so... yeah, I don't think I'm going to use map, honestly. Because I think this is really causing us issues. A lot of issues right now. As much as I would love to use map, can't. It's fine. It's okay. Okay. And then what we'll do is for messages. For messages, when we're pending, we'll set loading to true. We'll do this. So I'm going to refresh. And you can see on line 52. You can see on line 52, it's logging this. We're just working on adding the messages to state. Okay. So what we'll do is this. Constant conversation. So we'll do state.conversations.find or c. So c.id equals to action. So I'll do this. So we'll find the conversation. It's giving undefined. That's not good. That is actually not good. Wait, why is it giving undefined? You know, I think I know. I think I know why it's giving undefined, or maybe not. Conversation.id. What is the problem here? Okay, wait. Before it was logging undefined. Now it's not. Okay. So I know that this is not undefined. Okay, good. So if I do this. Okay. There we go. So I can do conversation dot. And I'll do conversation dot messages equal messages. And we'll need to update the array. So state dot. If I remember correctly, the way that we can do this is we can just use state conversations dot. Well, we need to remove. Okay, so this is what we need to do. We need to get the index. So const conversation. I'm just gonna call this index, screw it. And then I think we just use splice. It should be safe with immer. Yeah, we can just use splice. So state.conversations.splice or replace actually. Wait, what am I doing here? Let's check the state and see if anything actually changed. Okay, seems like it may have updated, so. Let's go into. Yes, we were creating a web chat. Let's go into. Senior developer. I don't know if I am, to be honest. What is going on here? Why is this not logging? Okay, now it's showing undefined. That's really annoying. Yeah, this is why Redux is really annoying sometimes, because you just can't really get exact answers on what's going on. Now it's saying that it's undefined before it was not even. Like, watch this. If I do conversations, if I refresh, okay, now it says conversations is empty. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. I'm so confused with what's going on. Like, if I refresh the page, okay, I think I know what the problem is. I think the problem is that because we do not fetch the conversations inside the channel page itself, so I think that's probably the reason why the state does not actually even have the data. That's my guess. We'll find out right now. Let's copy this. And we can verify this by checking what the state of conversation channel page is. And as you can see, the state of a conversation channel page is an empty array, as I suspected. So that is why we are not able to do anything. If I go over here, let me call use selector. So this is where we're actually fetching the data. Okay. Now watch this. If I were to refresh, now you'll see that it is still... Yeah, sometimes I just really hate... I've used Redux before, and I've ran into a similar issue like this with state. It is really annoying sometimes. That's all I'll say. Like, it doesn't even want to show the value in the conversation page where we were actually fetching the data, right? And then when we fulfill it, we set... Like, I don't understand why this is the way it is, but whatever. I mean, we are fetching from the API. We're calling fetch conversations Thunk, right? Okay, wait. It says fetch message Thunk fulfilled. So I guess it fulfills after. Okay, so I think this is actually... Yeah, I mean, honestly, why am I even worried? Because I know that the conversation is over here, right? But what I'm concerned about is why is it that on line 66, it is not there inside conversation channel page. Oh, actually, wait, let me look at this. Hold on. Okay, so... Wait, why is it fetching messages, though? Okay, so the state is definitely... The state definitely has the data. 100% has the data. Okay, and I guess the last thing that happens is it fulfills. Okay, so updated conversation state is being logged, which means that since that's the last thing that's being logged on line 61, that means that what if I logged state.loading? Why is it logging state fulfilled? No, it has nothing to do with the API fetch. It's Redux. With the way that we're fetching the data, I don't understand why. If like you can clearly see the data is in the state, right? You can see that it's right over here, or before it was. I don't know what happened to it now. It's so annoying, dude. Wait, hold on, wait. Why is it? Okay, I think I know what the problem is. Messages fetch fulfilled, but then it calls. Oh wait. Wait, okay, yeah, I know what the issue is. Conversations is being fetched twice. Or not fetched twice. Conversations, you can see that right over here. Yeah, this is the problem. So messages is actually over here. Okay? You can see that right over here at this part. Messages is here, it's fulfilled. But then conversations is fulfilled again. And because conversations is fulfilled, it just reassigns the conversation data. So you can see that the message is not even there. But again, that doesn't even matter because it's not even giving us the data in the code. Like it's there in the state, but it's not in the code though. So that doesn't even resolve anything for our situation. So this Thunk is running twice, which is not good. And it shouldn't be running twice because we only have fetch conversations Thunk running once, so why is it running 2 times? Makes absolutely no sense to me. Well, I mean, maybe it's because I'm doing it inside. Maybe it's because I'm doing it inside the use effect. But am I not supposed to do it inside the use effect? Let me check. Okay, no, yeah, so I'm supposed to do it inside the use effect, right? Okay, so maybe let's do this. Okay, now it's calling it infinite amount of times, which is not good. But you can see that the data is there, it's being logged, but it's calling it infinitely, which is not good. So, I don't know. Strict mode, no. Why would it be strict mode? Yeah, and when I add this, it's just going to infinitely loop, which is really freaking annoying. Okay, now it's showing undefined. So, should I just disable strict mode? Now it's not even like fulfilling, which is really weird. Yeah, this is why I hate Redux. I think honestly this is probably unnecessary. Let's see. Nope. I'm using NestJS. Well, something happened to our code, so now it's not even giving us the conversations.